Our meeting at 5 o'clock this afternoon, and call the meeting to order. Would you read the roll call, please?
Councilmember Infante.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Arona.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Here.
Mayor Brown.
Here.
Thank you.
Would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I would love to. Everybody, please stand. Hand over your card. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any public comment before we go into closed session? Make sure you're unmuted. I wasn't unmuted. The microphone was on. Is there any public comment before we go into closed session on the items discussed in closed session? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to read the item before us, please.
Recess to closed session. Item 2A, conference with legal counsel existing litigation. The closed session is authorized by the Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Name of case, SY Valley Residents Association v. City of Solvang et al., case number 25CV01519. Item 2A, conference with labor negotiators. The closed session is authorized by Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency representative, city manager Randy Murphy, employee organization, all unrepresented employees. Item number 2C, conference with labor negotiator. The closed session is authorized by the Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency designated representative Dave Fleischman, assistant city attorney, employee organization Teamsters Union Local 986.
Thank you very much. We will recess to closed chambers. All right, we are back from closed session, and Mr. Attorney, could you report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. The entire council was present for the closed session regarding the 3 items on the posted agenda. With regard to the first item, the litigation matter, the council took no reportable action. With regard to the 2 personnel-related actions, the city's consultant from Regional Government Services joined the closed session. Council took a report from the consultant and staff and took no reportable action.
Thank you. Thank you. Our closed session is adjourned. We'll reconvene. We're going to have a little health break for the staff up here, so 6:32. Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening. We're going to begin the regular meeting of the Solvang City Council, beginning at 6:32. And I'd like to ask the clerk to please read the roll call.
Councilmember Infante,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Rona,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona,
Here.
Mayor Brown.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Cole Phillips to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. All rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Cole. All right. Okay, we have an announcement here for an emergency agenda item, and that'll be heard between the third and fourth items. And that item is defined as agenda item 8E. Mr. Attorney, you chime in on that?
Mr. Michael.
Yes, Mayor, the council needs to vote to add that to the agenda based
Oh.
on the
Well, it's-
need to take action that's come up after the agenda was posted, and that requires a 4/5 vote. So a motion to add it to the agenda would be appropriate.
Thank you.
I'll move we add it to the agenda.
I'll second.
In that spot?
8E.
Sure.
8E would be the last, I think that's the last item on the agenda, or do we need to?
No, what?
I want to put it between 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Before the
Oh.
city manager's report, but after
Do
public
you want to make
comment.
that motion then? You want to amend it?
I will amend the motion, and I'll move that we add it to the agenda between items 3 and 4.
Is there
I'll
a second?
second that.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. A roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Rona,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. All right. We have no proclamations this evening, but we do have a presentation from our fire chief, year in review. Would you like to give us your presentation?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and Mr. Murphy, if I could, I'm going to introduce a couple of County Fire's best. Chief Huff is going to take us through the year statistics here in Solvang, kind of a state of the department for you here in Solvang. And then we also have our duty battalion chief, and the way we're organized is we have a headquarters with the fire chief and 2 deputy chiefs downtown, and then we have our battalions. And this battalion chief here, Chief Maniscalco, is going to talk about some of the recent fires that we've had here at the restaurants and at the city manager's request. So I'm going to turn it over to Chief Garrett Huff.
Hi there. I have some handouts that follow the PowerPoint slide. I'm not sure
It's in our agenda.
oh, you guys already have this?
Perfect.
All right, great. As Chief Hartwig said, my name is Garrett Huff. I'm the Deputy Chief of Emergency Services for the fire department. We have 2 deputy chiefs, myself and the operations deputy. I'm going to go and who's running the PowerPoint? Do I just say next or something? Perfect. Okay, good. All right, so this first slide here, as you can see, we've been answering the call since 1926. Next year is our 100-year anniversary, which is something we're pretty proud of and gearing up to have a big celebration for. Our humble roots are in forestry. We started off as the forestry department and transitioned into an all-hazard county fire department over the years. So I kind of wanted to go over our mission statement real quick, because our mission is your mission. So the mission statement of the fire department is to serve and safeguard the community, your community, from the impacts of fire, medical emergencies, environmental emergencies, and natural disasters through leadership, planning, education, prevention, code enforcement, and an all-hazard emergency response. And this slide kind of covers the all-hazard emergency response that we are capable of. The next slide talks about our community outreach. So these are some of the programs that we have countywide. We recently, talking to the guys upstairs at the station, they recently did a bunch of events at the Solvang School. They did a week-long, during ski week, they did a day where the kids that didn't go came to the fire station and got, to hang out at the fire department and ask questions and that kind of thing. And then the safety trailer was just at the Solvang school as well a few weeks ago, and the crews participated in that. A car seat installation program. So if somebody needs a car seat installed, they can call. We have car seat technicians all around the county. They can schedule an appointment, come in, and have actually somebody that's certified, qualified. I did it once. It was a 40-hour class, and a true 40-hour class to become a car seat installation technician. But that's a pretty good thing for the community, especially for new parents that are really nervous about, installing that correctly. Defensible space inspections we do countywide. We do community CPR and the CERT program. We're not doing the CERT program currently here, but it is offered in other places. Next slide. All right, this is something I'm excited to tell you about. So this is the new Regional Fire Communications Center. I'm not sure what you know about this, but it's anticipated to be opened the week of May 12th, so mid-May. It is slightly overdue. We had to build a brand new facility. There's a rendering of it right there. It encompasses an expansion of our emergency operations center for the county. And so there's a new JIC, which is the Joint Information Center, and the new dispatch center that's been added on to the current EOC. So the whole premise behind the RFCC is you can see all the partner agencies. We're going to optimize fire and EMS responses countywide by leveraging protocols to streamline dispatch process, prioritize emergencies, and to ensure the most appropriate resource is deployed regardless of agency jurisdiction. So what that means in a nutshell is we're going to send the closest fire engine or ambulance to an emergency regardless of whose city it is, because it's the right thing to do. So that's a pretty cool thing. Right now, all those agencies are dispatched by other entities, mostly their PDs, and we're all on different frequencies, and now we'll all be on one common operating platform. We're going to do EMD and EFD out of that center, which are acronyms for the protocols that I talked about earlier, with our goal to become ACE certified within a year or so, which is a pretty, it's a robust grading system by the International Academy of Emergency Dispatchers, but it's a pretty good thing for the community. Next slide. Okay, OEM, Office of Emergency Management. Back in 2023, the county merged OEM into the fire department. As I mentioned, they've done a major expansion of the EOC with the Regional Dispatch Center. The OEM, their main focuses are to facilitate interagency preparedness and support recovery throughout the county of emergencies. They support and review partner agency emergency plans, and they are the countywide alerting authority, and they told me to give a plug for their Ready SBC alerts, which is www.readysbc.org, where you can register your phone and your email to receive alerts. That's pretty much our first line currently of emergency notifications. Next slide. All right, this is a kind of a hot topic. On February 11th, the county extended AMR's ambulance agreement. The county fire department had also put in to be a provider for ambulance transport. There was a lawsuit. The county settled, extended AMR's contract, and so they have a 4-year agreement now with extensions up to 8 years, and that's kind of where that's at. Next slide. Canines in service. So we have 2 fire department canines. The first one there is up to the left is Captain Eric Gray, and he's got a red lab there that's a search and rescue dog named D. Captain Gray's had, I believe, 3 or 4 different dogs throughout his career. He's responded all over the world to emergencies like Japan, when the earthquake happened in Japan and things like that. And then our other one to the right is firefighter Dudley, who has Rhonda. She's an emotional support dog, and so he goes around as part of our peer support team. And Rhonda was trained by prison inmates, and she's a good addition to our department. Next slide. All right, so here's Station 30. That's your fire station. It's currently staffed with a captain, an engineer, a firefighter paramedic, and a firefighter EMT every day. We have a medic engine 30, a truck 30, a brush truck, which is the 330, and a utility, all based out of that station. The same crew cross staffs depending on the nature of the emergency. And then the next few slides are a dashboard of the annual statistics. So we'll start off with the first one. That's the county-wide numbers for the calendar year of 2024. As you can see, there was about 17,000 calls countywide. The majority of them are rescue EMS. That's just the title in which we do our fire reporting. And then we'll get into the Solvang specific ones on the next couple slides. So here's the city of Solvang. You had 681 overall incidents last year, and 412 were the EMS rescue, only 8 fires. Kind of a tie between public service and public concern calls. That could be a whole lot of different things. And then 14 vehicle accidents. And we're going to kind of get into the weeds a little bit more on those in just a second. Next slide. So here's a little better breakdown of those incidents. You could see the different colors. So by far the EMS rescue one takes the lead. And like I mentioned, the good service or service call are close second. They're tied. And then you could see just that tiny little sliver of fires. Next slide. Here's a little breakdown in comparison with 2023. So your overall incidents were up. EMS calls were up. Fires were down. Public service calls were up. Vehicle accidents were up, but good intent calls are down. And then the next couple slides really get granular into the way that the captains do the incident reporting. So this is specific to the EMS, the rescue EMS calls, and you can follow along on the right what those typically are. But the thing I wanted to point out was on the bottom right, there's a 3.5% increase. Next slide. On fires, for last calendar year, there was only 8. Before there was 12, so it's a 33% decrease. Next slide. Public service. You could see you'll be able to see all the different types of public service calls there are in the middle there. But again, it was a 62% increase overall. That was the take home. Next slide. Decrease on vehicle accidents, significant decrease. Next slide. Good intent calls are up 62%. Next slide. This one here shows the different districts in which Station 30 responds to. So most commonly in this corridor, we have Buellton, Station 31 on the west side, Station 32 on the east side. So what this is showing, of all the calls that this Station 30 went on, 24 of those calls were in Station 31's area, either to back them up or in addition to 31, or 18 were in to the east in San Ynez. And then 38s is in Gaviota, 21s is in Orchid, and 24s is in Los Alamos. So just a few calls. Next slide. This is a snapshot of our entire department's response. As you can see, Station 11 is at the top. Those are all the different fire stations. Station 11 is in Goleta, and they have 2 pieces of staffed apparatus. They have an engine and a truck company out of there. So they have run the most total calls for last year. And you can see Station 27 is the last numbered station there. That's in New Cuyama. And Station 30 is kind of up there in the 2/3 percentile, and it's pretty consistent with 32, which is San Ynez, and 31, which is Buellton. So the valley is all pretty similar in call volume. Next slide. Any questions?
I'm curious about one thing. Yeah, AMR got the contract back. I was under the impression, and I think Chief Hartwig had mentioned that the fire department had bought a number of ambulances to get ready for that. What happened to all those ambulances?
That's correct. Yeah, we currently still have them all. There was 35 total ambulances that we bought to gear up for the permit that we were awarded. So right now, we're in the process of figuring out, first of all, what we need to do is we need to get the Board of Supervisors to allow us to dispose or liquidate all the things that we purchased to gear up for that. So we're in the process of that. We plan on going to the board on April 1st to get approval of that. So as of right now, that's where we're at. But we do plan on liquidating or disposing of all the assets that we got in order to provide ambulance service.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A question regarding the, what's your typical response time to an event here in the valley?
Well,
Station 30 or?
yeah, it depends on what type of event and where it's at. I honestly, I don't have that statistic in front of me, but I could get back to you.
Okay.
Typically, we try to get to an incident between 4 and 6 minutes, but it all varies on how far it is from the hub. But that is what we shoot for, and I don't have that actual statistic, but I'll get it for you. On average, is that what you'd like?
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Average.
We'll get that for you.
And then what constitutes what is considered a public concern call? That I see smoke or, you know?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I was looking at those earlier. You know, all these are codes that fire captains come back and they have to do a report after every call. And there's a lot of different options in the report mechanism, and the reporting structure that we have. And unfortunately, the data is only as good as who's putting it in. So, and it's hard for me to see, but the breakdown on page 18, your slide might be a little bit bigger than mine, but
Okay.
it shows what those types of calls are.
On
I
18?
mean, yeah,
It's 20, I think, in our deck.
oh, is it different? I'm sorry.
Sorry, my bad. Is that
think
correct?
It's the one with the green circle. There you go.
Okay.
Yep. So
Okay.
dispatch and canceled en route, that they coded that as a good intent public concern call, but that's where they got sent to something and were canceled before they arrived. So you can see that's a pretty big number. Smoke scare, like you said, smoke from a barbecue, that type of nuisance type call.
You brought an associate that was going to share with us about the status of the
Yeah.
fires that we've had this year.
Yeah, Chief Maniscalco is he has a little more information than I have on that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Lonnie Maniscalco. Now apologize in advance. I've been running a little bit of a cold here, just coming towards the end of it. But I can tell you that I've been in Solvang for 10 years as a captain upstairs, recently promoted 2 years ago to battalion chief in the same area. And I happen to run 2 of the fires that you guys were inquiring about. The third fire, the fire in Vice, was Chief Tanner. So I'm going to start with that one, some of the notes that he gave to me. I can tell you that 2 of the fires, I spoke to the investigators personally, and I am able to give you a cause and an origin. There is one that I cannot, it is still under investigation. So I was on the fire. I can give you some information on what we were presented with and what we did to work on that fire, but I can't give you anything in regards to the investigation. So I'll start with the fire in Vice, and that's at 238 State Highway 246 in Buellton, and that was October 13th, 2024. That was reported, that's Sunday, reported at 11:37 p.m., so at night. Our first alarm consists of, like Chief Garrett Huff said, he said that we have engine 3130, truck 30, so both of them went from your fire station, engine 32, engine 38 from Gaviota, and the battalion chief. That's your initial response to that call. And to answer your question, when I looked up these 2 calls, their response time was less than 5 minutes for the first engine on scene. So the first engine fire in Vice would be from the Buellton Fire Station 31 in Buellton by the post office. 30 got over there in less than 9 minutes. So depending on the time of day, traffic, things of that nature. So less than 5 minutes on that response. The entire alarm was there within 12 minutes. The establishment was closed. As I mentioned, there was no employees on scene. The Jack in the Box employees reported smoke from the east-south side of the building. So if you're familiar with that area, that's where the drive-through is. So one thing to mention on there is that building, though it was brand new, just remodeled, waited a long time for that to open, and didn't get an opportunity to eat there, so I don't know if you guys did, but there was no sprinklers, no automatic fire detection in that building. And I can't speak as to why. We do have a enforcement protection and prevention program that you could talk to in regards to building codes and things of that nature, but they didn't have that, so you waited for someone from Jack in the Box to call 911. So there's your first challenge. We arrived to heavy smoke conditions upon arrival, delays, which delayed the crews getting to the seat of the fire. The structure sustained major damage, smoke damage, and a roof collapse over the storage area and the kitchen. But there was no injuries, and like I said, there was nobody that was at that facility at the time. According to the investigator, fire originated in a storage room located in the southeast corner of the building. The cause was determined to be spontaneous ignition of oil-soaked rags that were improperly stored in violation of the fire code. Per code, those rags must be stored in a metal container with a self-closing lid. Proper storage likely would have prevented the fire. I think I'll go through all three fires, and then I can, if there's anything I can answer, to kind of move on from there. So the next one, chronologically, would be the Sear Steakhouse right here on 4th Street. 478, 4th Place in Solvang, California. That was December 5th, 2024. That was a Thursday at 8:04 p.m. That building, we are familiar with that building. We actually do a loop in that area when we do our PT. That building's been unoccupied at that time for probably 6 months and up for sale. We knew that going in, and we also could see the fire from the fire station. Again, engine 30 was the first engine to get there in less than 5 minutes. I think their on-scene time was a little over 3 minutes. So you had engine 30, engine 31, engine 32, engine 38. That's your standard response to any structure fires in this area. So you get 4 engines and a battalion chief and a truck. Eventually, I requested 2 additional engines to that fire. And the reason I'll tell you is because one of the biggest concerns over there is what we call exposures. And so you had the Nail House Salon and Garoppolo's, which is a 2-story building right there on the corner of Mission and 4th, which is less than 8 feet from that building. And the fire originated on the north side of that building. So there was what we call an exposure. So there's a time limit there where that radiant heat can now start the next fire. That building was occupied. There was patrons having dinner. So that became a priority on that fire. The sheriff's department was great with evacuations and traffic control. They assisted. And we initiated fire attack from the east parking lot. That's your parking lot you have there with the bathrooms right on the east side of the Sear building. So we were able to initiate fire attack there because the fire had already gone through the windows. And then we also opened up the double doors on the south side, which would be on the Copenhagen side. And we pushed that fire back towards the end, and then we prioritized the next end engines to get on the exposure side. So we were able to contain that fire to its origin. That fire is under investigation. So what I can tell you is there is no sprinklers, no automatic reporting system in that building also. So there was a fire hydrant adjacent, which is great. And at 8 o'clock at night, you still have a lot of people in Solvang. So someone was able to call 911 because they saw flames. But those flames had to grow and then come out of the building, expose itself before Joe Public can call. So once again, the emphasis on sprinkler systems and automatic alarm systems. The last fire here at Solvang Brew Company, and that was on January 20th, 2025. That was a Monday at 8:24 p.m. Address 1547 Mission Drive in Solvang. Traditionally, we know this, Solvang Brew is closed on Monday and Tuesdays. That's their weekends, okay? So they traditionally do a deep clean. So with that fire being at 8:24 at night but not occupied, there were still a lot of folks on the street. And again, you had truck 30, engine 31, engine 32, 38, and myself, battalion chief 15, with the initial response, and also there less than 5 minutes. That initial response, the fire was in the rear of the building where the alley is. And there's actually a great ring video from one of the residential buildings there in the alley that shows the start of that fire and then how large it growed, and actually shows our engine in there making the attack. And I can get that to you at some point. I didn't bring it with me, unfortunately. I requested 3 additional engines because, again, exposures, if you're familiar with that area, you have, let's see, you have adjacent on the east side, or the west side, you have the Mole Hole and Paula's Pancake. Though at that time not occupied, they're sharing a common wall or close to it. And then on the west side, you have the Gathering Table, which was at that time just starting to be revitalized, to be opened up for restaurant use. And on the north side, you have several residentials, and then you have the back room, which is that beer facility right there at the beginning of the alley. So a lot of exposures in a very dense area. So again, the priority is to fire attack is to shut that fire down and contain it to its origin, which we did. No injuries. According to the investigator, the fire originated in a shed attached to the north exterior wall of the building. Similar to the fire and vice incident, it was caused by spontaneous ignition of oil-soaked rags stored improperly. Another case of non-compliance with fire code storage requirements. Proper storage likely would have prevented the fire. Again, no sprinklers, no automatic fire detection systems in that building. Speaking with the investigators, and I've had the same sentiment here myself, is that he wanted to just mention, this is Captain Snodgrass. He's one of our lead investigators, does great work. He got back to me as soon as possible. He says, well, exact dollar figures are unavailable. The property loss in all 3 fires is significant. In addition to property damage and reconstruction costs, indirect losses include business interruption, loss of local tax revenue, employee wage losses, job displacement, impact on surrounding businesses, and just a community economic ripple effect. So he wants to emphasize, again, that none of the structures were equipped with sprinklers or fire detection systems, and I wanted to emphasize that for him. So,
Any questions? Thank you.
Good.
And
Thank
thank
you.
you to your entire team.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we'll have public communications. Would the clerk like to read that off for us, please?
At this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and on consent. Time limit is 3 minutes. We will start with in-person public comments first.
I don't have any slips for public communication. Oh, well, come on up and, anybody on, okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Excuse me. I'm Lisa Palmer. I'm here this evening as the president of the San Ynez Valley Community Aquatics Foundation. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for the resolution that's on your consent agenda tonight, to thank the city for their support of our efforts to bring a 2-pool aquatic complex to the valley, essentially providing the city, both cities and the unincorporated area of the county, a municipal pool to serve all of our residents with public swim. So I want to shout out to Councilmember Arona for her service over the last year or so, and most recently, Randy Murphy, our city manager, and Wendy Berry have really stepped up on a day-to-day basis to help us out with identifying funding opportunities and just general support of the effort. So, thank you. Thank you. Do you want me to fill one out after the fact?
No, thank you. You're good. Do we have anybody on Zoom? Any other volunteers for public comment? Okay, we'll move on. We're going to take into our consideration the emergency item identified as item 8E. Madam Clerk, would you please read that for us?
Discussion and possible action to take a position on the Chumash Casino Hotel and Resorts request to modify its ABC license.
Okay, staff report?
Yes. So we recently received the letter. I mean, literally it came in today, but we were aware of it on Friday after the agenda was posted. ABC sent it to us, Alcoholic Beverage Control Department, and notified us that the Chumash Casino Hotel and Resort have submitted a request to modify their license to allow a happy hour from 4 to 8 p.m. It doesn't say daily, but because it doesn't list the days, I assume it's daily. It says, although the facility is not in the city limits, one of the conditions of its approval, original license granted in 2015, requires that they notify the sheriff, the district supervisor, and the mayor of Solvang of any attempt to change its license. So that information, that request has been included in the staff report. Given the quick turnaround time, and since there are no scheduled council meetings until April 14, staff is bringing this matter before you tonight. The letter or the notice from ABC also requires, the letter from the Chumash indicated that they have reached out to Supervisor Hartman and the sheriff, and who have given their support for the request. So given that the mayor has been notified, staff is requesting direction from council on whether or not you want to provide a response or not. And so the options are to send a letter of support, to send a letter of opposition, and if the letter of opposition is selected, to request that some reasons are given. Option is to do nothing, so just let it go. And obviously the last option is for the council to decide some other alternative. So staff is awaiting your direction. As an aside, Sam Cohen is here also to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from? Okay.
I was just going to say, I'm assuming this is, to have a happy hour, what they're wanting to do is offer alcohol at a lower rate than at other times. So they're trying to compete with the other bars in the area, and also have the opportunity to provide alcohol without offering full and complete meals, because isn't that part of the ABC license that they were originally given in 2015? So just a clarification on that.
Good evening, Sam Cohen, Government Affairs and Legal Officer for the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. And gosh, it's been too long since I've been before the Solvang City Council, and we need to change that, and I apologize. The tribe noticed that other casino tribes were offering happy hours, and our neighbors were offering happy hours. So we decided to modify just the condition to prohibit happy hours, but the condition for continuous food service during the period of alcohol consumption remains unchanged.
In conversations with their food and beverage person as well as Mr. Cohen, my biggest concern for this was safety and the time of day that it occurs between 4 and 8 on a daily basis. That's when school gets out, the high school, and that's when most of our commuters are either coming or going to Santa Barbara. And it was a gentleman's agreement, if you will, that they would only have their happy hour from Friday through Sunday, so it would eliminate the work days of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday as an option. Again, that would be a gentleman's agreement, and they would report back after about 2 to 3 months with their findings and whether or not they would want to pursue other days of the week. Is that fair?
That's fair. You spoke with our head chef, Peter Sherlock, And I confirmed the gentleman's agreement with Chairman Khan personally.
Okay. Now, we wouldn't be able to change the application in any way, but we would be able to, with that in mind, if you want to say, approve this change in their application, or some other option.
Well, I just have a question. So I understand why this is coming as an emergency item. Obviously, this, there's this is a time-sensitive item. I'm just wondering if there was any effort on the Chumash Casino to notify the public. Otherwise, I just wonder if, residents of Solvang would be interested in chiming in if they knew that this was coming up.
It's the notice, it's my bad. I did speak to both the sheriff and the supervisor, and I completely forgot about the requirement to notify Solvang. After that, after you file the application for a ABC license modification, it's entirely up to the ABC office in San Luis Obispo. I think you can see the date of our letter is months ago, and they've only now decided to ask you for notice. So, and since it's just an internal condition, it's not a posted liquor license change.
Thank you.
Any recommendations for staff regarding the options that they've outlined?
Well, I think what you're asking for is a letter from us saying that we agree with this. And if you want to put in your gentleman's agreement that you had talked about staying the days, we could put that in the letter as well, right?
We could.
But it's just a letter of support that the tribe gets.
That's my understanding.
Is the letter required? Is this just notification in one direction that's required? What is required?
All you're required to do is receive notice and not oppose. All right? We're not asking for celebration or approval. Yes.
I don't think a gentleman's agreement really needs to be put in writing. It's a gentleman's agreement. It's the definition. No conditions required. I'll make a motion to accept the notification.
Is there a second?
I'm curious before we go to that. Sam, if we just accept everything and don't do anything else about it, is that really adequate, or would it be better if we gave you a letter of support?
I don't have letters of supports from the sheriff or from the supervisor, so I'm not asking you to do more than they did.
Okay.
All right? It's my bad that I didn't come before you personally and give you advance notice, but I didn't expect ABC to work this fast. And it's not fast, but it's fast for them. Yes.
In that case, I will second the motion that we approve it.
Any other questions? It's been moved and seconded to accept this report. Roll call.
Do you need public comment?
Any public comment?
Do we need public comment?
We do.
If it's a vote, yeah, we do. Is there any public comment, either on Zoom or here in the building? Okay. Madam Clerk, would you please read the motion and roll call?
Motion by Councilmember Elizabeth Arona, seconded by Councilmember Mark Infante to receive and file the petition on the Chumash Casino Hotel and Resorts request to modify its ABC license.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Okay, city managers report.
Good evening. I have a handful of things to discuss. Reminder that there is still voting for USA Today 10 Best Reader's Choice Awards in 3 travel categories. The voting is now open. You can vote. It's every so many hours, so you can technically vote more than once a day if you're paying attention to the clock when it rolls over. The 3 categories are Best Main Street, Best Small Town in the West, and Best Small Town Food Scene. So those opportunities are there. Check out 10best.usatoday.com/awards/travel/Best Main Street 2025 is the first one, and then they typically will ask you if you want to vote for others that were nominated for. So that's one. Another one, Measure U committee meeting tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. here in this room. There is a fire mitigation meeting, community meeting, preparing San Ynez Valley for the threat of wildfire. Supervisor Hartman, Councilmember Arona, Liz Arona will be here, as will some staff and several other representatives, similar to the one we did for the city here not too long ago. The next Solvang cleanup day is Saturday, May 17th from 8 to noon. That is at public parking lot number 4 down the street, where it usually is. As I've announced in the past, it is the second month of each quarter, so they do this 4 times a year. So it'll be historically the third Saturdays of February, May, August, and November. So if you can't make the 17th, then make the next one in August. I don't have that date yet, but whatever the third Saturday is. And a reminder, this is for city residents who are waste management customers, individuals in multifamily housing developments with a dumpster on their property are not technically eligible, but if you can prove you're a resident, my understanding is they will take it anyway. The last thing I wanted to announce, we have these QR codes. I didn't say UPC, but they're QR codes we're attaching to the back of our business cards. So all council, if you have business cards, we've got some stickers for you, or you can swap them for the ones on the front desk, and we're asking the community to rate the service they provide or receive from city staff, and obviously if you put them on your cards, they'll rate you too. We've had it out for about a week and a half, I think. We also have QR codes on the counters, public service counters. We've received a whopping 2 responses so far. One was for the visitor center. Then it got rated a 5. Very satisfied. Among other things, they said amazing with 3 exclamation points.
Yay.
Planning and building got a 4. Apparently Jennifer Cabillo was something to do, was helping them. So that's good news. And like I said, if council would like the cards on the desk there where Andrea sits, already have stickers on them. She has some downtime occasionally, so if you want to give her your cards, she'll put stickers, and you can take the cards that are there, and that way you'll have stickers on your cards. Next council meeting, looking at the advance agenda, we will have some information from Measure U committee as a report and also a resolution. And they'll also be doing some grant funding applicant review. So they'll be here to, talk about why they would like grants from the city. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Murphy? Wow, that complete. Okay. We'll go to item number 5. Would you read that for us, Ms. Clerk? Item 5.
Government Code Section 53232.3D, AKA B 1234, and Government Code Section 84308, AKA SB 1439, report out, ex parte communications, and council comments and requests.
Thank you. Any comments, or Ms. Smith?
I've been out there the last couple of weeks. So just wanted to say that on the 13th, I attended the Solvang Chamber of Commerce at the Mixer at the Peasants Feast, which was a really lovely event. There were a lot of people there, so it was really good networking. Had the opportunity to introduce myself, so I was able to let people know that I'm the newly appointed District 3 council member, so I felt really good about that. After that, I attended the meeting here, the Joint Planning Commission and Design Review Committee meeting. I did not participate, I just attended. There's a lot of discussion and community participation, so it was really nice to see all of that. And then on the 14th, along with the city manager Murphy and Cloud here, city council member, we went to I think it's a League of California Cities dinner down in Goleta, and that was wonderful. It was a really nice networking opportunity to meet some other city staff and their council members, so that was good. And then on the 16th, I did participate in the Buellton Chili Fest event, so I was actually pouring for a winery that I work for, and great attendance. It was the biggest they'd ever seen. It was about 1,800
Wow.
guests. That was the largest they'd ever had, but it was extremely well executed. So there were really no issues that I'm aware of. So just wanted to report on that.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I also did attend the League of Cities Channel Island Division dinner. Got a chance to catch up a bit with Assembly Member Greg Hart and our Congress Member Salud Carvajal. They're looking for feedback from the changes on the current federal administration regarding what is happening with cities. We've already discussed that there's a change on criteria related to grants, and I am very happy to see that. Solvang stands out as a popular destination among other cities.
Thank you. On this side?
I'll go ahead and report out. I did, as my SB 1234, I did attend the EMA JPA meeting this past Thursday, and no big substantive news to report, except we continue to get progress reports on our grant funding, and we held a workshop on the upcoming well rate study and meter implementation processes. That's probably it for the 1234. I just did want to make a comment or a request that I was unable to attend the DRC, but I did listen into part of the Objective Standards workshop, and I didn't see it on our agenda. It was a hot topic for the council, so I was hoping the staff there would be a few interim readouts of how that is going. I continue to get feedback about some of the fit and finish look and feel across the VMU, and different paint colors and palette choices and completeness of signage. So I want to make sure we're doing diligence there on making sure we're making progress on objective standards and making progress and helping the DRC get to formalize their design guidelines. And one more request, which is on Measure U, since the meeting is tomorrow. I don't see also feedback from the Measure E, but I thought we were going to combine the two committees, or at least present the idea to combine the two committees, as the voters were put on notice that there would be a review of whether that oversight was going to be provided. Those are my two requests.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, a couple things. I also attended, as Louise was talking about, the Planning Commission DRC joint meeting. And that meeting, Elizabeth, is on YouTube if you want to watch the whole thing. And again, I was in attendance, I think I asked a couple questions, but didn't really substantially input anything. I also went to the meeting that Elizabeth is our primary contributor to, the GSA EMA joint meeting. There was a staff, it's kind of an introduction meeting. It actually explained a lot of what was going on in the Groundwater Sustainability Agency and for the Eastern Management Area. Lastly, I am now the new appointed Library Advisory Council Board member from Solvang. It was an interesting meeting, I know. It was an interesting meeting. I didn't know what was going on or what was expected of me on the board, actually, but I got a lot of information. They gave us the budgets for each of the 5 districts within the Santa Barbara County Library Association. We got another meeting coming up in June, I believe. It's going to be at the new Buellton Library, which is, I'm looking forward to getting a chance to go through. So I will give you more information in the future. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then sit back. I'm going to name names, okay? So stand by. First of all, I attended the Sheriff's Awards for their endeavors, their heroism, and their challenges that they've had, and that was very heartfelt with regards to the Sheriff Awards that was put on by the Benevolent Posse Group that sponsored that. I was at the Marriott. Participated in a blood drive. I encouraged everybody to come watch the mayor bleed. They could enjoy that if they were so inclined. Also attended a SB CAG meeting. I'll let you know that the Alamo Pintado Bridge is fully funded and will start. They're doing their designs and everything else now, but it's on the books. It's got a completion date already, so stay tuned. We'll see if they meet that date. But and then also APCD attended their meeting as well. I want to make a shout out to Lisa in the planning department. Lisa received a very nice letter from a customer and went to the trouble of sending that. And kudos to Lisa and her extra effort in customer service. And also Raphael at planning. I've received multiple kudos from builders and developers who are pleased with things that are improving there. And then I have a meeting coming up with the Solvang Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors on Wednesday. And then we'll be visiting Diablo Canyon on April 3rd, I think it is. I think Ms. Smith is going as well to Diablo Canyon with PG&E and their tour there. And then also kudos and a shout out to our new member, Ms. Paris, Bridget Paris. I think it was Friday, I called Randy and said, hey, Randy, there's some graffiti on the back of the Caltrans sign and along the guardrail. And before the sun set, that was cleaned up and done. So I couldn't ask for a better response on things like that. So thank you. And then finally, I'd like to put on the calendar, future calendar, we have regulations about restaurants, chain restaurants, but we have no direction as to chain retailers. It's been asked that we talk about that and whether it's a problem or whether it might be anticipated for retail chain stores as well as ghost stores. Ghost stores are those that don't have a sign on them at all. You're not sure. There are a couple of those types of stores. And also the whether or not there's any codes that we have with regards to handouts from stores and harassment of patrons walking past stores. So I'd like to get that on the calendar in some future time. That's all I had. Mr. Murphy.
I would like to answer Councilmember Liz Arona's statement about the Measure E. That will be the subject. It's not the committee's responsibility. So I was planning on April 14 when we bring the recommendations forward, and we'll bring a resolution at that time asking for council concurrence with basically following the guidelines established for Measure U. That was the intent.
Thank you. If there's no further business on item 5, we'll move to item 6, consent items. Ms. Clerk, would you please do that? Read that.
Consent is for routine administrative city matters and is approved with one motion. These items are discussed only on request of council members. Members of the public were afforded an opportunity to speak during the public communications portion of this agenda.
Thank you. Is there anything giving anybody any anxiety or angst about this item? Otherwise, I'll accept a motion to approve it.
I'll move we approve the consent agenda as proposed.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I will second.
Ms. Smith seconds that. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, we have no public hearings, so we're going to item 8A.
Discussion and possible action to receive and file the fire abatement and brush removal program guide. Update. Excuse.
Thank you. Staff report from Olivia. And we still have our fire department here. So
Hello, good evening, council members and mayor and council members. My name is Olivia Uribe Mutal. I am wearing my emergency management hat today. And today, Dope. And I'll be discussing the fire abatement and brush removal program update. As you know, Solvang is in a wildland-urban interface, and it creates a major wildfire risk, which was identified in the 2023 Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. And the responsibility of mitigating this risk falls on the Santa Barbara County Fire Department for the unincorporated areas. And within city limits, it falls on Solvang City Code Enforcement and Parks and Recreation maintenance staff to coordinate with county fire as well. And property owners in county unincorporated areas must complete vegetation clearance by July 1st. So normally it used to be our risk used to be only during the dry summer months, but now it is almost year long, just as the temperature has been getting hotter. So the city has recommitted to protective measures considering the continued and increased risk of fires and given the recent LA fires. During COVID, the protective measures were decreased due to staff turnover and routine maintenance and weed abatement had been decreased. So we are working on focusing on defensible space currently around high-risk areas, with an emphasis on tree trimming, weed abatement, and innovative fuel reduction. Some recent progress includes work that has been done in-house. The Parks and maintenance staff has been doing some comprehensive vegetation management at the Hans Christian Andersen Park, with a focus on Skid Mesa. They did tree lifting, dead coyote brush removal, hillside weeding, and emergency access road clearance. And they removed all of the green waste to the green waste facilities. Soon, actually this week, work will begin through a contract with the California Conservation Corps Partnership. for 700 hours of weed abatement work, and it'll cost the city $19,600. The dates include this week, a little bit of work this week, some work in April, some work in June. The crews are self-sufficient. They bring their own tools. They bring potentially a chipper, and they are preparing the area for goat grazing, which will be implemented in May, also at the Hans Christian Andersen Park. This program will last 15 to 20 days, and it's done through the Living Systems Land Management. These are innovative solutions to reduce fuel in difficult areas to access. And they're environmentally friendly, and they're good alternatives to mowing, disking, and burning. Additionally, we submitted a grant, as you know, a grant request to be able to fund a community wildfire protection plan creation. And if awarded, we would be able to create a long-term comprehensive plan to focus on all of these different things, which include fuel reduction, vegetation management, weed abatement programs, defensible space requirements, community-wide efforts, and implement and monitor plans. So one thing that was not listed in the staff report is the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, so CAL FIRE, is updating its fire hazard severity zone maps for all local responsibility areas. So that includes the city of Solvang, basically means we are responsible for the people in our constituency to protect them from fire. And updates of the maps have been recently released on March 10th, and these are based on scientific data, including vegetation, terrain, weather patterns, and fire history. And there are 3 types of classification levels, and that includes moderate, high, and very high fire hazard severity zones. And the classifications affect 4 things. They affect the building code requirements of new construction, disclosure requirements during real estate transactions, insurance availability, and pricing for property owners, and priority areas for vegetation management. The city and Santa Barbara County Fire are currently reviewing the maps, the draft maps, and there will be public education meetings planned to help residents understand the implications, and a public hearing will be set and will be held by the council to adopt the maps in May. And a dedicated web page is now on the website, and it's under, you go to Home, City Hall, Department and Divisions, Planning and Building, and then proposed fire hazard severity maps. We've also worked hard to do community engagement. So as you know, we had the February 11th, 2025 Town Hall on Wildfire Preparedness here, and we had County Fire Department talked about emergency response coordination. The city talked about its efforts in vegetation management and fire mitigation. Santa Barbara County Office of Emergency Management talked about personal planning and emergency preparedness and how community members can sign up for Ready SBC alerts. And the Santa Barbara Fire Safe Council talked about community involvement and Firewise programs. And the Independent Living Resource Center talked about support for vulnerable populations. As mentioned earlier by City Manager Murphy, there's an upcoming meeting in the Valley on March 31st here as well. And that'll include County Supervisor Joan Hartman, the City of Buellton, Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians, and other county departments. And future plans will include establishing routine inspection and maintenance plan, continue to leverage low-cost labor resources, utilize Measure U funds, and seek additional funding. We will continue to increase public outreach to property owner education. We will support neighborhoods and Firewise community efforts, and work with property owners in the newly designated fire hazard severity zones to ensure compliance and with regulations. So that includes all of our progress updates, and we will continue to return on a regular interval to provide information about progress being made and reaffirm our commitment to wildfire protection and community resilience. Thank you for your support and interest in this critical safety initiative.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Mr.
Yes, please.
Vaughn?
One of the things, there's been a lot of discussions, and obviously being on the council, we get contacted by residents, and one of the areas of concern is Friedensborg Canyon between Chalk Hill and Viborg. There is a creek in there, and that creek seems to be in that particular area in pretty good condition. But if you take a look, if you go to the Santa Barbara plot map and you take a look at that area, it's densely vegetated. Do we have any rules, codes, capability to get the landowners, because these are all private property, it's not our city. I mean, it's within the city limits. Actually, if you go beyond Viborg and you get out of the city limits, then there's some real problems, but that's county. We'll talk about that another time. My question is, do we have any capability to encourage, demand, some kind of tree trimming and things to reduce the vegetation in private property?
So, it's on. I see the green light. The answer to your question is yes. There are fire codes, there are state codes that require property owners to make their properties fire safe. If the tree is on private property, the city is not obligated to trim it or otherwise cut it back for any purposes. We are, the problem exists even in, I mean, walking down the street, you've got hedges that grow over the sidewalk. It's been on my radar for some time, especially since I started walking home for lunch sometimes, that we need to get notices out to the various residents. And so that's going to be an upcoming outreach discussion that, you know, keep the sidewalk clear so that people can walk, they can whatever on the sidewalk. Same thing goes true for the trees and other vegetation that grows in some of those more rural areas of the city. I believe in most cases, as in most cases with codes, if the resident is not complying, we can basically do it for them and charge them back. But that's a longer process, and I don't know if the city attorney wants to chime in on that.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, it is a tough one, but, you know, as Mr. Murphy said, that there is we do have the ability to require clearance for a certain distance from each structure. And we do have the ability to regulate dead vegetation as opposed to vegetation that's still alive. So those are the two kind of biggest tools we would have in the situation that you have described. If the vegetation is weeds that are dying or something like that, if it's living trees and it's a far enough distance from a structure, it's very difficult for the city to then require that those be trimmed, especially in a rural area because
Correct.
you're not close to other structures.
Does dead vegetation include, an example might be where a tree was trimmed and excess wood or wood debris is left behind? Like some people think of it, they might find its way to his fireplace, but unmoved or unchanged actually becomes exposed fuel.
Yeah, typically, I would have to look at the current ordinance, but typically that kind of, again, dead vegetation can be required to be cleared.
So ultimately, there's three different options. There's education, collaboration, and then enforcement.
So I have some comments and some questions. The first, I agree with you, Olivia. First of all, let me just compliment the city and the staff for getting all over this topic, because it's not reserved just for safety and our emergency response, but it's also to help economically, because I think we all know, given state of California's experience in Los Angeles, we're going to have some pressure being in a high-risk zone with regard to insurance for homeowners and businesses alike. So I think there's an economic consequence that the city can help lead our residents, our business owners, and the community on how to be ready for this. What can we do that's preventative? Get up to date on guidelines and programs that help us. So that's what the 31st is, and also your other workshops are all about, is to make sure residents and business owners are informed about what can they do and what are the processes and what programs can be leveraged also to use for things like compliance for meeting insurance criteria. What I wanted to ask is, I worry about a few other zones beyond Hans Christian Andersen and Friedenberg Canyon. I worry about the area that touches the forest. I worry about the road that goes out to Nahui, which is county, but it's interlocked with how we're handshaking readiness with the county. And I worry a bit, not as much, but about the edge of the city right outside of the Creekside neighborhood. So what else could we be doing? Can we move the goats in some of these other boundary areas? Are we looking at other preventative actions? And like we talked about the wood chipping idea, for example, when we were at the last Measure U meeting. And
Right. So that's the purpose of the Community Wildfire Preparedness Plan that we're attempting to get a grant for. We budgeted $50,000 of the city money, hoping to get $200,000 of grant funds to be able to do this plan. It is my understanding that the plan will allow us to reach out up to 1.5 miles outside the city limits to address some of those issues you're talking about. As I've said to many of you on the council and to many other members of our community, I was in Oroville when the Camp Fire, the fire that burned up Paradise, happened. I was not the city manager at that time, but I was in the community. And I spoke to the sheriff there, and he said that he knew it was always a matter of when, not if, that disaster happened. So I feel largely the same about Solvang and the fuel that we have around and the high senior population and the limited egress we have from the city. There are enough similarities that it makes me nervous. So this is a very high priority for me and for our staff to address this and try and find ways to improve those issues. Obviously, reduction of fuel is a huge factor. And I don't know if the fire department representatives here want to comment on any of this, but certainly we're working collaboratively with them as well.
There's also the Santa Ynez is working on also pursuing with Joan Hartman at leadership a community wildfire protection plan, and so really, but that's a little bit further down the road, maybe like a couple of years. So the goal really is for all of us to get on it and tackle it from all different angles.
Yes, maybe if I could, thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Mayor and the council members, defensible space is something that's what we're all about here. And it's the Firewise communities, as was mentioned. I live in one. And that is basically taking what you're doing on your property and then expanding it through a neighborhood. And we know that homes are safe when their neighbors are safe. And of course, neighborhoods are safe when adjoining neighborhoods are safe, and so on. I was just asking Fred, our fire marshal, if you've adopted the defensible space ordinance and then you do defensible space inspections, and I'm not sure about that. We do in the county areas. I'm not sure if we do any of those here. You and I have talked about some project work here, but I'm not sure about the inspections and the authority for defensible space inspections. We do defensible space inspections. We cite homeowners that don't do them, and then we will perform the service and then bill back the homeowner in extreme circumstances. But we go to great lengths for education and providing them all the resources they need. That really is rare. It's for those people that say, no, I don't want help, and I'm not going to do it. And that doesn't happen very often.
Any other comments? Okay. I just want to make one comment that was brought to my attention. There's a fire-resistant tree, the carob tree, which I understand is very interesting, but it's also a nice ornamental tree that is very resistant to fire. I think they're attractive, but at the same time, I don't know the growing regions or things of that nature, but it sounds like it might be an alternative to some vegetation and something that might be that alternative for some folks. We now have public comment on this discussion item. I don't have any slips, and I don't see anybody on Zoom that has their hand up. So unless there's other public comment, bring it back to the diocese. We'll close public comment, and I think you were looking for any.
Basically, just receive and file or providing
Okay.
the information. It was requested that we address some of the things on the council request that were on the advanced calendar, so this is our first effort at that.
Yeah.
And as Olivia pointed out, we will come back probably quarterly, unless there's some urgent need or other significant update to let you know what's going on.
Yeah, the only direction I might be able to assist with is that you get in touch with the fire department with regards to inspections within the city and how that would work, if it's logistically doable.
We've got a great relationship. I'm sure we'll work something out.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Olivia. We'll go to item 8B. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Discussion and possible direction to staff regarding vacation rental, short-term rental ordinance amendment, Solvang Municipal Code 11-12-20.
Thank you. Staff report.
Thank you,
Please.
Mayor. Pull this up here. All right, so before you this evening is a staff report and to get some direction on our existing short-term rental and vacation rental ordinance. So as this presentation is basically going to summarize what's in your staff report. So the vacation rental ordinance was adopted in 2014. So as it stands today, vacation rentals are allowed in what was known as the TRC, or now VMU. It's also allowed in existing high-density residential properties that were rezoned in 2010. So it's a portion, about a good 6 or 7 properties that border the village. So those high-density residential properties were included. What it does is it relies on permittees to provide information with no verification from city staff. So that includes following up with their neighbors and providing information. And to date, I haven't seen any of that come across our desk. Our current ordinance lacks any sort of safety measures or inspection programs. So there are other ordinances that are out there that other municipalities have implemented that have robust safety inspection programs, whether that's at issuance or as a part of any renewals. There's a myriad of programs that are available. It currently lacks any real fees to establish or maintain. So there's a one-time fee. It's within the hundreds of dollars, and that's it. There's sort of no follow-up, no maintenance to that whatsoever, and again, no ability to sort of recapture if there's any issues with STRs. And the final issue is there's no clear permit revocation process. So this was included as a part of attachment in your staff report, but that's basically the gist of our ordinance as it stands today. So there's a couple caveats that we're going to go over. So the first one, STR stands for short-term rental. So our existing short-term rental in RENA has some ongoing issues, as mentioned earlier. and the RHNA stands for Regional Housing Needs Assessment. 2010, the city upzoned parcels in the city for high-density residential. And so, again, going through back the minutes and listening to some of the audio, it was essentially the time the council felt that these residents wanted these short-term rentals in this area in particular, and they were rezoned for high density. So there was a carve-out that was done as a part of the 2014 ordinance. However, as a part of 2014 legislation and moving forward, there have been new laws enacted by the state of California to protect zones designated for high-density housing. And there's this idea of no net loss. So what that means is that we zone for high-density residential housing. However, it gets either downzoned to basically a lower density and or used for stuff like vacation rentals. That's considered a net loss, which means we have to go back and rezone additional land on top of what we've already rezoned, and we know how hard that is. So again, the existing ordinance does not prohibit new units developed in the village or lots identified as R3 to convert into short-term rentals. So that is a problem, particularly with our vacant lots that we do have in the R3 zone that have this ability to do existing short-term rentals even though they're vacant. So the city may need to rezone additional properties to avoid this idea, or not necessarily this idea, that's this law of no net loss of housing, of high-density housing if an R3 zone land converts to vacation rental. So case in point, we have a vacant piece of property there, and a property owner wants to build housing, but he wants to make them all vacation rentals. That would essentially run afoul of no net loss, which most certainly they could propose, but that's something that we would have to bring up as a part of the approval process, is to remind the decision makers that if this gets approved in this way, shape, or form, we will likely have to go rezone a piece of property of an equivalent size to accommodate the high-density housing all over again. And so again, we'd have to go look for sites, go through the same process that we did for sites B, C, and D, et cetera. So these are the parcels that we're talking about here it's in your staff report, and it's, I just want to highlight where they're located at. So this is Fifth, this is Copenhagen, and these parcels here in red are essentially these R3 zone properties that were originally zoned TRC back in 2010. But they had to be rezoned as a part of the fourth cycle. So these got sucked into now to R3, and this is where the carve-out was made by the council. So again, the existing, the projects we currently have, just as a part of our zoning ordinance update, we made substantial amount of changes in terms of how we can do infill development, et cetera. And we already have 3 applications that are before us within the last 3 months since that went into effect. The first one is we had a pre-application at 1524 Copenhagen. They originally proposed to do 24 units. They're looking to reduce that number of units. We have another application at 1693 Mission, Denmarket Square. They're proposed 30 units there, and that's in the process now. It's a development permit / conditional use permit. We have a pre-application now that came through the door on Thursday for 45 Alsar Road, 11 units, also in the pre-app process, and that's to convert the upstairs offices into residential units. So just in those core numbers alone, those are 65 housing units that go towards meeting our RHNA if all these units get approved and constructed during the planning period. And so, again, these are units that count towards RHNA. This is an issue that if all of these were to convert to vacation rentals, well, that's an issue, because the whole point of going through the housing element process, the whole point of going through the RHNA process is to have more long-term housing. The other issue that short-term rentals have, just in general, not necessarily reflected here in our current condition, but there's concerns of eroding older multifamily housing to convert into vacation rentals. So what that means is you get a new property owner that purchases, whether it's a duplex or a fourplex, and they convert those multifamilies into into vacation rental uses. Those are, again, taken out of the stock. We have housing element policies that require the city to help maintain that aging stock. So again, that's a big core issue when we're looking at vacation rentals here, and that's within our existing ordinance that it doesn't necessarily address. So this gives you an overview. The areas that are shaded in pink are the areas that are permit vacation rentals, which was formerly the TRC. Now it's the Village Mixed Use, and then there's that dashed line again represents the R3 lots allowed for vacation rentals. So this is where our original ordinance was intended for the short-term rental vacation rentals to be located at. The map on your right-hand side basically shows it where it actually are. So every single one red flag that you see is pretty much outside the village and is not a legal unit. So the city's issued 16 permits since 2014. However, in working with the Finance Administrative Services Department, we've procured a software vendor. We've discovered over 40 residential units are active listings. So what that means is these units come in, they basically get advertised on whether VRBO, Airbnb, homestay sites, et cetera. So those are what's considered active listings. We have an estimated revenue loss of over $31,000 over the last 7 months, and that's just for not payment of TOT and all these units that are out there in our community that are currently advertising for short-term rentals. So again, we can enforce our ordinance that we have today. It's one of your options, but we have vague language in our existing code. One of those languages are to revoke a permit, but how do I revoke a permit that doesn't exist, but I'm supposed to give them an ability to get a permit? Again, the ordinance, while very well intended back in 2014, just not keeping up with the time. It's been over 10 years. It's almost time to revisit how we enforce our rules here for short-term rentals. So knowing all the sort of quick overview in terms of where we can have short-term rentals currently today, how it affects our regional housing needs assessment and high-density housing, how it affects our ability to collect TOT taxes, et cetera. The reality is it is balancing this need. So in 2014, when essentially this whole issue started, when residents wanted to, they came to the council and pleaded the council to have short-term rentals. We didn't have a vehicle at the time. And so in 2014, quickly city staff got together and got an ordinance up and running. But residents expressed these concerns, which are still valid today. Deterioration of existing single-family zone neighborhoods. No one wants to see their neighborhood that they purchase into turn into a whole bunch of vacation rentals. Police and guests, that goes beyond itself. Again, there are ordinances that are out there. Our ordinance in particular doesn't have anything to say about number of guests. No, it doesn't have any caps, et cetera. So policing of guests is a tough one. And even if you were to amend it, it still is a tough thing to do, but it's doable. Catering to the wrong type of guests. So at my last stop, there were certain types of guests that would go and do vacation rentals. Those were always the rowdiest. It actually tended to be bachelorette parties, believe it or not. But that's the way it rolled. And so, we would work with vacation permit holders and say, hey, look, you have to be a better neighbor. So catered certain guests, and they were shocked to typically find out what their complaints aligned to who their type of guests were. And then finally, concerns of changing neighborhoods. I mean, that's a huge concern because, again, many people choose to live in Solvang for its small town charm, its ability to meet our neighbors, to be able to walk at the streets, to just have sort of a slower pace of life. And these are very much concerns when we talk about vacation rentals. One of the lasting quotes and I included this in our staff report, for the rhymes and reasons of why we adopted this ordinance was, for the first few months to 1 year of implementation of a new ordinance, it's labor intensive. And for agencies who prohibit short-term rentals, their staff finds code enforcement difficult to conduct. 100% true statement. It is extremely labor intensive the first year that you essentially adopt an ordinance. And it very much is labor intensive for code enforcement to conduct enforcement when there is no regulations. However, enforcement permitting has drastically changed since 2014, as noted in your staff report. There are whole companies that are dedicated to permitting. And so our neighboring jurisdictions that have the sort of same issue of vacation rental regulations as we do, they've hired these companies to track, enforce, and collect revenues of the permits. Some have established a 24-hour hotline paid by permittees and complaints. The jurisdiction I formerly worked at did just that. They had a company that had a 24-hour hotline. It was provided, the number was provided for on a note card that we had to send out to residents within 100 feet of a vacation rental permit. That line was staffed 24/7, not by city staff, but by the company that they chose to run the permit, vacation rental permits. And city staff would get notifications, and trust me, I sometimes would get notifications at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning of a early party. And so we would forward that either to the police department or code compliance to follow up. Parameters can be set and enforced to strike a balance between tourism and residents, and that's really what this is about here. It's understanding that this is a desirable community not only to live, but also to visit. And to strike that balance, it's sort of taking a look at our ordinance and say, what can we do better? We had a good start, how can we improve it? So there's a number of regulations that could be thought about and done, setting a number of daytime guests, regulation for quiet hours. So again, being extremely specific that if you have a vacation rental, your quiet hours are between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Establishing caps on the number of permits. I know there are some jurisdictions that have hard caps, so they don't do that. And again, that's sort of striking that balance to understand the need that we need housing, we need more long-term housing, but we need to also recognize that we live in a tourist community. And then create distinctions between homestays and non-owner occupied stays. That's a big one. This is a pretty recent one over the last 5-6 years. A homestay essentially means it's a person who is renting out rooms in their house, but essentially they are staying there on site during the stay. So typically in this scenario, what we typically have is you have a homeowner, empty nester that has a 4-bedroom house, but they want to generate a little bit more income on the side. So they are there during the stays, but they rent out 3 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms, et cetera, or a bedroom for one guest at a time. So that's where they are there during the stay. That's a homestay versus a non-owner occupied home. That's basically someone's second home, or essentially they've purchased a home on the market to essentially generate income. It's an income generated housing unit. And then finally, creating a permit system that's general fund neutral. And what that means is it's basically, it doesn't cost the taxpayer money to implement, in terms of those users or those permittees are paying a permit fee, and therefore providing the revenue necessary to run a hotline and provide monies to send out notices, to do inspections, et cetera. That's sort of the hallmarks of one of these type of programs, is to ensure that the fees that are collected basically go to negate the amount of cost that it takes for a city to run a cost-neutral revenue program such as that. And then, of course, collect the TOT taxes, which is revenue positive. So the council has various options before us. Again, we're not adopting an ordinance this evening. This is actually just the first step of what we do with our ordinance. This is an item to come before you to bring attention to our ordinance, particularly in light of our new TOT measure that was passed by the voters in November. So the first option is do nothing and leave it as is. You can direct staff to create an enforcement program. Most certainly, I would work with Randy and the city attorney to create that enforcement program. This would continue to allow short-term rentals solely in the village and in our R3 zones. However, mixed-use projects in property zoned R3 may reduce our RENA numbers, and R3 infill projects may cause the city to violate the no-net law. So that's sort of the one caveat that we'd have to look into on a case-by-case basis if property owners want to have this ability, who are in R3 but have the ability to do vacation rentals. We would have to take that into consideration part of any application. The second one is direct staff to amend the ordinance. Basically, city staff would create a framework with input not only for the city council, but from residents as well, because this is a all-encompassing journey. And then we are asking, if that is the case, to do a time-limited moratorium on issued permits or entitlements for rentals. So again, that creates sort of that pause for us to not issue any permits. It allows us the ability to say, we are working on something new, but we're going to pause what we got for now and then come back and create the ordinance as required by the council as well as the residents. So with that, I'll open up to questions from the council.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, if I may. Great presentation, Raphael. Thank you. In your two options for the council. You got to do nothing and then direct staff to amend the ordinance. Under do nothing, what does that do to the 40-odd short-term rentals around the city that are not in the tourists-related zone?
They're not permitted. Those are the ones.
We would have to we would create an enforcement program and, go and currently the way the enforcement is written, it's per state law. However, we would internally create a policy very similar to what we're doing today, which is voluntary compliance, not fines, and get folks to voluntarily give up the permits. That's hard, particularly when there's no avenue to get a permit. And so it just makes enforcement extremely hard. And in some instances where jurisdictions go through this, it becomes a very costly legal battle to get people to give up these short-term rentals.
Do all of these 40-odd short-term rentals around the city all have permits?
No, that's why they're listed as unpermitted. And we only have 16 issued ones. The ones that you saw in your staff report with the red flags, they have a red flag for a reason, because they don't have permits.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure that I understood that. Thank you.
And my understanding is that short-term rentals that are permitted, they do not collect TOT?
For the most part, no. Wendy?
Rafa, so please clarify that. Even the 16 that are permitted are not paying a
The 16 are.
TOT? Okay.
Oh, those are, okay.
Yeah, and again, as stated in the staff report, it's not, there's no clear connection between the transit occupancy tax and payment and the short-term rental. It's like literally simply as one line that says, thou shalt pay the transit occupancy tax consistent with section blah, 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 blah of the business tax revenue section. That is non-existent in our code.
Okay, well,
So they're self-policing and they're cooperating.
For the most part, they're remitting the way they're supposed to be doing per our ordinances. Some do not, based on just the lack of language.
They don't voluntarily, but we encourage them very strongly, and they usually comply after a time.
I have a question on the homestays. What is the mechanism that's available to us as a city to govern where homestays are happening and that they are less than 30 days?
So the mechanism, again, it comes back to putting parameters. So in some communities, the homestays there's no cap because, again, they're looking at it as there's always someone there and there's always someone watching. And so the mechanisms are essentially, if you're running the homestay and you're staying on site on the premise at the time that someone's renting a room in your house, you are there between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And then at the same token, city staff, utilizing the software, we're able to look at your ad and sort of determine how many rooms you have available. What's your TOT that's there? It's very much these softwares systems that are available to procure, and they collect a vast amount of data that people freely hand over.
So we did ad crawling, not just platform inspection. Like they don't have to be using an Airbnb. They could be using Craigslist. And we would still, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I'm so happy you found one of those tools.
and I'm just curious, does it show which websites? I'm just wondering, does it make a difference between, obviously, Airbnb, Vrbo, Craigslist, and websites like couchsurfing.com?
You would be amazed what the information that these websites procure back out, because and again, I'm speaking from an experience standpoint of a former life where utilizing the software system, one vacation rental had about 6 advertisements on 6 different platforms, and each one was geared completely different from the other. Whereas one was over 30 days because it was a nurse, traveling nurse's site, but it still picked it up because it crossed the pictures to the Airbnb, which was less than 30 days. So it does what it needs to do, and it does take city staff to train a little bit on it, but it essentially does that. It picks out what's what.
Okay. Is Couchsurfing one of those websites?
Depending on the platform and what it wants to pick up, it could be.
Okay.
What recommendations do you have to make this revenue or cost neutral?
So, case in point, a permit, again, right now our permit's about $100 and some change one time. Most jurisdictions actually make this an annual permit. So essentially it becomes like a non-owner occupied permit will run somewhere between $400 to $500 for the initial. And then the renewal is about $300 about $300 annually. And then in some cases, some of them knock down a little bit less for the homestays because they want to encourage the homestays instead. So that's what starts making it revenue neutral, is that permit cost. Essentially what ends up happening is you take the contract of the software, say it's $25,000 for the year, you divide it amongst what essentially is the cap of how many you want to do, or if you don't want to cap, you estimate the number per year, and then you put the permit cost at that. So again, and then you can factor in a little bit of staff time depending on number of hours you want code compliance in, or number of hours you want for review, or et cetera. And so those are ways to capture those costs.
Including the software and whatnot.
Right.
The license for that.
Yeah, essentially, again, my past life, it was the software cost about $22,000. We divided it amongst the cap that was established, and then included about half hour of staff time for review, and assumed an X amount of time for code compliance to follow up, and therefore that came across as the permit cost.
You're in the process of looking at our fees now and updating those. Is this among that?
It is actually. It's one that we're estimating at this point, but again, as we go through the motions and if we do intend to amend the ordinance, it will take time, and there's no doubt. Simply because, again, my experience in doing these, it takes about a year, and that's from the direction that's given to actual full-blown, about 9 months for the ordinance, and then another 3 to 6 for actual implementation. So during that time, most certainly city staff can always adjust the fee schedule. It just takes the actual hearings to do it. But right now, we are estimating that as a part of our fee study right now.
Okay. Good question.
So could you clarify, are we collecting permit fees for net new STRs? You have a conditional use fee, but I didn't see a number for the actual STR.
There is a fee. It's in the schedule, but it's a one-time fee.
One-time fee?
It's a one-time fee right now.
I mean, is it?
It's about 100. It's
above or below the 3,000?
It is way below 3,000. It's like $100. It isn't much. So again, and the previous one, and I get it, where it comes from in 2014, smaller staff, smaller community, a lot of trust. And so you want to be able to do things as cheap as possible, knowing you don't have much staff, but at the same token, we have had an immense jump in technology, and I'm a big fan of implementing it where you can in order to supplement staff time and city staff manpower or person power, for what do you want to call it.
I have a question. Thank you for everything you've done. You mentioned in your report that cities like San Luis Obispo and Grover Beach and Pismo, do you know how long they've been implementing the program, using the technology, and how that's working?
Well, I know for firsthand from San Luis, it's been around since 2016 when I got my notice of violation in the mail. So I very much know how it works on the other end. But with that being said, Paso's had theirs now for a good 3-4 years. I actually redid vendor. Pismo's been around for five years. Grover, I'm now going with 5 years since they started there. So it's been, these softwares have been around for a while, and they get constantly retooled. So again, they do some things and some magic that kind of sometimes like, oh wow, that's interesting how you got that.
Thank you.
It's important to also be sensitive to folks that are trying to pay their mortgages and things of that nature. It's not simple in this community or others nearby. So I'd like to be gentle, I guess, with any transition that might come about.
And I totally get that. However, seeing on the other end, with some of these, when you see revenues come through, you depending on some of them, they churn out quite a bit of change. But it's very much, like I said, that's why with homestays, it's a different story. That's where municipalities elect to make those lower, simply because it's sort of that built-in that person really is just trying to supplement some income, whether it's a room or two. It's typically, I've always seen it as just one room. And they don't bring as much TOT revenue as others, but every little bit counts. So there's total ways, as if the council elects to go through that, to be very particular on how you want to make carve-outs or how you want to make decisions for being amenable to those things.
I think it's time for some public comment, if there is any. Yes, sir. Please give us your name and residence and share with us.
Mayor, members of the council and staff, my name is Brandon Sparks Gillis. I sent a pretty extensive written comment for this last week, so hopefully you've received that. But I just wanted to address a couple things really quickly. I wanted to thank Raphael and staff for bringing this to your attention. As a resident who's been personally impacted both by rowdy neighbor issues in the past in other residences where I used to live, and in the overarching housing crisis issue, which again, the city has already undergone such incredible work in terms of the general plan and the revised housing element and the recent zoning efforts. I think it's just really important to understand that these short-term rentals really compete against our existing housing stock, and we've obviously, as a city, looked towards building up that housing stock. So I just really urge you to take this very seriously, and particularly those 40 units that are violating the law. Just imagine if right now those 40 units were converted to long-term rentals, what that would do to improve our situation in our city. Or if those were somehow, I don't know if they actually can apply towards RENA if a property is sold, if that would actually count among our RENA stats. That's something I think we should consider. But more importantly, I'd just give an overarching thing that since 2014, I think Solvang did a pretty incredible thing by limiting the existing vacation rentals to what's now the VMU. I think that's something that's actually very critical and was very forward-thinking back in 2014. But again, just to encourage you to increase the regulation and the enforcement, and I think that would have a remarkable impact positively on our community. Thanks.
Anyone else? Anybody on Zoom? I don't see any other comments, so we'll bring it back to the dais. You look like you have
I'm
an
ready
issue.
I'm ready to barrel it out. You ready? First of all, is it on? Okay. It bothers me when we find that when we're when we're the nice part of solving, we discover we are being taken advantage of. Let me explain what I mean by that. We took the time to create an ordinance and think through how that should work in our city, and we are a tourist city, so it made sense. But when we discover that we've created an alternate economy, and that alternate economy in a digital arena is really business, not necessarily couch hopping or couch surfing. It is intended to be a business, and it creates an economy that skirts all of our rules, ordinances, and worse, lets people off the hook when our hotels and other businesses are doing the work and paying the cost and a good job to comply, I just don't think that we should let that go. So I also think that we can strengthen our ordinances on the way to compliance to do things like regulate, again, what other businesses are obligated to do. How much parking do you have available? I didn't see it on the examples of items to add, but our businesses are required to do that. Other new developments for housing are also required to comply to parking requirements. A short-term rental should be at a minimum required to do the same. But we're driving all of our TOT up. Voters told us what they wanted this past year, just as recently as this past year, that there was extra burden from visitors coming into Solvang, and they shared the services with the residents. So we wanted to see visitors fund that. But when there are visitors coming in short-term rentals, I get it. It's a business. It takes up extra space, right, for people who are trying to pay off a mortgage. But as a business, they should pay for shared services in the form of a tax. So I'm all for strengthening these ordinances. I think we can do it pretty effectively.
Thank you.
One more thing. We should consider permitting frequently, because your packet did some really good work on explaining why we want to capture complaints and noise violations and attracting the wrong kinds of renters or visitors. So I think if we had a 2-year, you guys figure out what the cadence is, a cadence to come back and renew on a reasonable time frame, that gives us a chance to double check the kind of short-term rental communities we're creating or attracting.
Thank you. Any other comments?
The state keeps really pushing us to allow for higher density. I would hate to see the efforts of planning for more living units to be lost to short-term rentals. So this absolutely needs to be tackled. Yeah, I'm surprised to be neighbors with. One of the units that is, illegally renting out to visitors. Yeah, because I'm a renter myself. I know how hard it is to, secure a place just to live here. So 16 units, that's all that is permitted right now?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm all for directing staff to make sure that the rules that we have are enforceable, and of course, upgrade them so that they are more relevant, more effective with the technology that we have today. And we need to, it's already incredibly difficult to afford to live here. It's very, I hear it all the time from the business community that it's hard to attract talent because there's nowhere to live. So we need to do everything to protect, the living spaces that we do have, and to not lose them all to short-term rentals.
Yeah, I think that having a strong code would actually make it more long-term. As a business, it would be the cost of doing business may then be comparable to long-term rental, depending upon how that's perceived and what you come up with. But I'd like your scenario if there's basically like an unsanctioned food truck next to a restaurant that complies, and we know what those rogue food vendors are doing. So I do agree with that. That being said, I think we can ask staff to move forward with better code programs. I would say as far as new permits, I think we're probably just discussing the TRC zones. And as far as new permits, if there's an example, but I think bringing in the others that are in uncompliance, I don't know how to do that. Do you want to issue permits, or do you want to revoke their abilities to, I don't know, logistically? Then I think maybe the city attorney might chime in on that.
Well, if the goal of the whole effort is to get more units permitted, we could have a moratorium, an interim measure that didn't allow new permits, but did allow for existing units to become legal. That might be one way to approach it. I think we just have to toss around the various options and see which one fits best what the council is trying to do.
We're going to give staff some kind of direction here, but part of that should invite those that we've identified to comply.
No, if I complain means take off your listing and use it for what it's allowed, then yeah, I don't think we should give them an invitation to, legalize it.
So you're saying we're not open to it outside the VMU?
No, I think it makes sense that we allow some of the use on what is formerly known as a TRC. I don't think there should be a way for legalization for places that are meant to be residential.
Where I was going with that is that we could introduce once we understand, I'm not sure we know that this is only the problem. Maybe we might find more.
Yeah.
So once we understand the size of the challenge, because we are signing up for more enforcement, that we've got to be able to confirm we can execute to. So that's going to be more burden on staff and other operational requirements. My point is that we should probably find a proportionality cap or a strategy that just says, how do we govern volume versus our housing obligations, parking obligations, and commitments to neighborhoods and things like that. I just don't know that we have all of that data right now. But once we understand it, we should put some mechanisms in place to help us cap and create a count of some sort.
We could even create a cap that would be, say, not more than 3% of total housing.
I thought I read there was somewhere
or
that
something.
about something like within 100 feet. There was some other governance. Help me understand what was
I think that was
again.
for the complaints.
So, again, the point tonight is to get options of it sounds like you want city staff, and if I'm going down a limb, let me know, to enforce our ordinance, what we have today. Yet at the same token, come back and craft additional options, because what essentially is identified in staff reports, there are options available. The last time we went through this in 2014, some residents wanted vacation rentals outside of the village, and that was shut down due to the items that I noted in your staff report. But again, there are tools that were available back then, which I don't think were discussed and readily cheap, as they've become cheaper today as there's more competition in the marketplace to do that. So examples are setting a cap of, say, this is just a number I'm throwing out there, 50 units. That's a hard cap. Or it says, you know what, we're going to be okay with vacation rentals that are in the VMU where there's no cap whatsoever. But if you're in any other residential zone, we're going to cap it at 30 units, and you can't be 1,000 feet. Each permittee can't be within 1,000 feet of each other. So that way you're spreading out the love throughout the city, and you're not concentrating it all into one place.
Well, there was some other language here that also, you had some other sample language that was within X number of feet, and that there wasn't a concentration that turned a whole neighborhood into vacation rental zone.
Right, and that's what I'm getting at is you as a part of the options that come later on, we can say, okay, look, if you want this to happen outside of the village, outside of what it is today, here are your options. You can cap it. You can also include a distance between at 1,000 feet. You can, you can call it 1,500 feet. You can do it first come, first serve. You can do an annual renewal. You can make sure permits don't run with the lay of the land, that they have to transfer over as soon as a new owner comes in. There are many tools that are available to you. It's how much in the weeds do you want to get is the question.
Well, I think you need to help us think through that, though, when you come back.
And it is, and that's
Because we do need to determine because right now it's our VMU or our TRC. That's the boundary, but we've already broken that by 35.
Right. So that's what.
I think there are some people who live here part-time and you have a second home that might be transitioning at some point later. What do we do for those folks? They're not going to free up their home for a permanent rental.
And that's been my experience at the other jurisdiction, the previous jurisdiction, is they had some second homes that they would come during the summer and they'd rent it out during the winter, or they would conversely come during the winter and they rent it out during the summer because that was the bread and butter. Those are questions, which is why we have to come back. It isn't a fellow swoop and say, we need this done today. We have something in place today. Just FYI, we can make it better. But we also need to, we only have one speaker here this evening, and we need to engage a little bit more in our community to get a little bit better answer. Giving the ability to say, staff, please come back and bring this back to us with some more options and dialed in some more research. Be happy to do that for you. I just need a little bit of direction to where to do that research.
Okay. I think probably just for recapping and giving you that direction, I think probably whatever you can do to control that black market, for lack of a better word, for rentals that aren't either in compliance or paying part of their services, and then what can we do for the TRC area, and what kind of caps might you envision or methodologies? But I would also come up with the permit fees and annual registrations, as well as codes for enforcement and compliance.
I think what you're saying basically is we need a new ordinance.
Well, the one we have is over 10 years old. Yeah.
Licensing, renewals, penalties, all of those types of things, and that was option number 2, which I thought was what we were kind of aiming for. At least that would be my suggestion.
Yeah. So, do you feel comfortable going forward?
I do. So it sounds like we want to explore, obviously, we want additional language of the ordinance, no doubt. We want to, and I'll work with Randy and the city attorney to see what we can do with the ones that are outstanding right now. Mm-hmm. But I think the biggest key is once we start down the road of enforcement of our existing ordinance, people will want a way out. And having them the ability to say, hey, we're going to shut you down, but we're working on the way out, that brings them to the table to help them craft an ordinance. And this essentially is what happened at my last stop. Is it became a full stop, and it brought people to the table who actually wanted to actively participate in the crafting of the vacation rental ordinance. They came and they brought their ideas and also solicit the ideas from neighbors, because that's the biggest one, is getting better input from our residents that essentially are affected by this. But I think that at this point, it's to giving the green light to city staff to bring something back in the next couple months, along with the other stuff that we need to bring back.
Okay. And I think that's well said. Yeah, those will give you the reins to do that.
Yeah, and I think if it helps bring people in to whom this is relevant and say, well, that helps us make a better decision. Well, no, obviously I feel very strongly about not short-term rentals, but, maybe somebody is out there that says, well, it works for me because, that'll help craft a better ordinance.
Okay, we're about to move on to 8C, and Raphael, you're going to be doing that too. May I make a little suggestion on your report? Well, I'll let the clerk go ahead and read item 8C.
Discussion and possible action to receive and file the 2024 Annual General Plan and Housing Element Progress Report.
Thank you. My only recommendation on your report, Raphael, is that you speak very fast at the beginning, and toward the end of your presentation, you started getting to more relaxed. So I didn't know if you were trying to be an auctioneer or you need to try decaf. But in either event,
It's the nerves, man.
Pause for a breath once in a while, please. It's easier on the ear. Thank you.
It's the nerves.
Okay, relax.
all
You're among
right.
friends, right?
He's got a long drive. He wants to hurry up and get done.
That's right. That too.
Thank you.
But,
Staff report, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Well, this is your annual housing and general plan report. We do this every year. And I do enjoy working here, by the way, Elizabeth. So the more work, the better. All right. So we're going to actually do a highlight reel of what we did last year. And so this council did a lot. It really, truly did. We did the adoption of the 2045 general plan. So all the required elements of the general plan were updated. So that included the housing element was done the year before, but the remainder, all elements were updated in July of 2024. We did run a minor general plan amendment, which you approved in December of 2024. So again, it's not set in stone. You can always amend these things, as I've mentioned before, and that's exactly what we did. Along with the general plan adoption, we did a major overhaul of our zoning ordinance. And those changes were specifically to implement the general plan. We heard loud and clear that we want to let infill, do more infill. Let's not go out. So what we did is we did just that. So we approved objective design standards in the Village and Mission Design District, and we did do a workshop a few weeks ago. We're actually going to report back to you at the end of April to go over more direction to city staff. We reorganized sections of the zoning ordinance, but the biggest one from a practitioner standpoint is we completely overhauled the way we administratively complete our code, and it was much needed. Unfortunately, these codes can't sit in stone, as just illustrated by the last item that we had. So we went ahead and updated our administrative processes and how we enforce our rules and regulations, how we process applications, et cetera, to catch up with state law. So some of the major highlights, my department or division oversees, I oversee 3 divisions. The first one is planning division. We received 38 entitlement applications back in 2024. A majority of these were for sign and building repaintings. So again, you would think that repainting of buildings would be a simple thing to do, but it's not, at least not here. And that's okay. The building division, basically, essentially, the way that the tree works is you get an entitlement, which is basically your ability to say, yep, we want to go see you go build that. Your next step is with the building department. Our building division mainly is run by a third party, Wildan Engineering. So originally, when I came here, and for the majority of 2014, they were here on site Tuesday and Thursdays. Our inspections take place on Tuesday and Thursdays only. We hired a development service technician, so we kind of changed that, and now we're open 5 days a week at the counter. We're now taking electronic plans in. We have a myriad number of checklists. So our building division had 214 permits applications that were received. We issued 214 permits. And again, we had a lot of major changes of our building permit process to be more responsive to our customers. Being able to accept plans via email is fantastic. Being able to electronically transmit those saves time and money. Having a development service tech here 5 days out of the week that works directly under our department as well as Public Works, magic is happening. So we are able to essentially take back what we used to do prior to 2020, and we're redoing it all over again. But again, we're trying to look at a more customer service, customer forward mentality. The final one is our code compliance division, and that was another large change. We originally had 2 part-time code compliance personnel. Sometimes they would crisscross paths and things would languish. And I recommended to Randy and the council to hire a full-time staff person. We did hire that full-time staff person in July, and that's Jennifer. She's logged in 108 complaints into our system. We're actually now logging them. We're keeping track of them. We've have policies now in place. Again, voluntary compliance or a way to yes versus just willy-nilly fines out of nowhere. And she closed 117 code cases. So we closed more than we took in. That's usually a good thing. And we continue to clean up our code cases. We have cases that are no longer languishing. We really strive to work with people that are in violation of our code to find a way to move forward. And in order to do that is having that person full time. And Jennifer is also hitting the streets every single day that she's here. She's walking around with her polo on, and she's very responsive to other needs. So again, these are the sort of the three divisions that make up what I do. And they definitely do a lot for me and the city. So moving on to the actual nexus of why I'm here this evening is the general plan. So again, our general plan contains goals and policies it's our policy document and a vision for growth and development. Our zoning regulations, our development agreements, capital improvement projects, public outreach initiatives, all those basically are implementation tools of the general plan. So the image that's on your right-hand side is actually a hand-typed of our original general plan that we first adopted. Promote development of a well-balanced functional mix of residential, commercial, industrial, open space, recreational, and institutional land uses. Sounds about right. Hasn't changed. Essentially, those type of goals are essentially the same. We're now 40 years in, and that's about correct. But what changes is the objectives and the policies and how we get there. And so, again, here, policy 1B, it was pursuant to the housing element. They needed to construct 274 new housing units, including 18 affordable units. Go figure, back in the late 80s, we still had goals like that. So again, that's sort of the point of our general plan. So as a part of your staff report, you were given an attachment. I tried to color code this to make this as easy as possible. So we have the land use policy or the land use goals in gray, the implementation policies, and then the ones that were completed are green, and the ones that were currently in process are yellow, and the ones that we haven't done any work are red. And so that just because it's red doesn't mean that we have to do it immediately. It's just to sort of remind the council that these are future work plans. So these are future investments that we need to do over the lifetime of the general plan. And you will notice that you got a lot of green this year. And that's because we did do a lot of work between this body, the DRC, and the Planning Commission. So again, this is a requirement of state law for us to submit. We try to make it pretty easy for you to follow along. But again, essentially the city made a $700,000 plus investment with some grants kicked in on it. And so rather than just having the document sit there, the whole point of us and having this exercise is to implement what we've worked so hard to do. The other major portion of this report is our housing element report out, and that's almost the more important one of the two. So we are what's called the 6th cycle housing element cycle. So this runs between 2023 and 2031. Our goal is 191 units. We do have an extra what's called buffer cushion on top of that, but these are our targets. So essentially we have to zone land, we have to create policies, we have to make amendments to our zoning ordinance to hopefully hit these targets. That's what the state's looking for over up and through 2031, and then we'll redo the song and dance in 2030, hopefully a little bit earlier, to go through another round of housing element cycle stuff. But again, 191 units is the total. That's our goal. That's what we're looking for. Our housing production, it did actually go up as noted. City staff took a look back just to make sure we were capturing all the units during this current cycle that we needed to. We discovered we omitted a couple projects that were finaled this year, so we're able to capture those back into the list, which is good. You did notice that we have one very low unit that's done. That was done through a that was done through a state density bonus. So again, we gave additional density. The exchange back is a very low density unit. I spoke with that developer, and basically he had reserved it for the working class of Solvang. So essentially, someone who worked for the school district essentially got the unit. So that's what we're looking for. That's the sort of reminder of who is the working class here in our community. It's a lot of our city staff, it's our school teachers, it's our retail workers. Those the people that you see every single day, day in, day out. Those are your working class families, and those are the people that qualify for this type of housing. So again, we currently, as of this year, through our cycle, we have 27 units that are completed. We are about 34% of target for our above moderates. We're about 14% total of target. And again, we have low percentages for moderate and very low and extremely low. And again, those are to be expected. Unless we're doing some sort of partnership with other nonprofits, those very low, the low and the moderates are really tough to get. We're currently working with, we meet with SBCAG monthly. There's a rental survey that they have that they're recently trying to button up and finish up. And that rental survey, what we're trying hard to do is get that through HCD to basically say, okay, if ADUs that have come online, we're going to assume if they're at X amount of square footage that they will rent for this, then we could start taking credit for moderate and very low based on that survey. So it's really important that as we work with SBCAG to get that survey finalized, and maybe we can start getting more of these ADUs on a what is called affordable by design, and add those to our bucket. So our 2024 housing production, so we also do need to look at what's in the pipeline. So we do have technically two projects that are what's called post-production or post-entitlement. The first one is 670 Alamo Pintado, approximately 32 units. That developer is actually looking to redesign that project. It's not penciling out per the current market conditions. So they are just looking to continue to redesign and replug, and eventually we'll come back to do either an amendment or a brand new project in its place. But for now, we consider it post-entitlement. And then we have the Alamo Pintado Apartments, or Wildwood, that is also technically in our entitlement status page. So between those two, we have 132 units that were, as of the end of 2024, in our entitlements, post-entitlement production. But again, as noted in the last item, we already have 65 units in the pipeline, technically, just in this year alone. So those will add to those numbers. So as far as RENA and housing element compliance, the city was required to rezone 3 properties to accommodate our RENA numbers this housing cycle. Site B was rezoned from 20R1 to DR20/R3. Site C was also rezoned. That was completed in December. And then Site D was rezoned. So B and D were completed in April. C was completed in December. And then zoning regulations and those need to be adjusted as needed. So again, we've done what we needed to do from a RENA standpoint of doing our rezones, which is good, which is why you'll see those as completed in our housing element report out. The other bigger one is the housing element has outlined programs and objectives and timeframes to complete. This year, HCD was given a substantial budget increase, and they hired compliance officers to actually go through all of our, not just ours, but other jurisdictions as well, to make sure we're actually doing what we told them we're doing versus just saying in progress. HEG, HEH, HEJ, K, L, O, and U are fully implemented and done before your timeframes. So again, I know there was urgency in December to get this done, but as I stated in December, we are going to report out that these are completed and they are off our list to get done. So again, the zoning ordinance made this possible. So the next steps, we do have more work that needs to get done. Objective design standards for all residential uses is actually on our list. It's supposed to get done by next year. We have in our budget for the 2-year cycle, we have plugged in for a consultant. Granted, we've done actually a good bulk of the work because it was supposed to be for both the village and the residential zones. So we've done a portion of it. And then a universal design ordinance. So that's a sort of a plug and play building code issue. We are hoping at a city staff level to bring that to council as a part of our triannual building code update, which will be at the end of this year. So again, a lot of work has been done to meet compliance of RENA and our housing element, as well as implementing our general plan, even though it's less than a year old. So congratulations to y'all. And with that, I'll open up to questions from the council.
Thank you. That was a comprehensive report and well done. So, any questions from? Well, that was comprehensive. Is there any public comment on anybody in Zoom? Okay, we'll
I have
close.
a question, Raphael. Sorry to put you on the spot, but you're doing a great job of finding more work for yourself. So when I read the table, I obviously focused on the red. Thank you for putting in the red, yellow, green, which is awesome. But I wanted to, is there something you would prioritize that you would move from red to yellow? What would you say are the hot ones?
Your capital improvement plan, your CIP. I know it's not even my department, but that is so key to our future. And it's one of those that are just, it's sort of been in purgatory. And that needs to be updated now that we have a new mobility element, now that we have the trails, the trails plan, those things. If we don't update the CIP, which includes water, which includes sewer and infrastructure, that is like my biggest red flag. And now that Randy's here, and Randy's just, I don't know if y'all know, Randy's just fantastic. Even as my boss, but he's very knowledgeable of infrastructure, has made it such a priority. And now that we have Bridget as well on board, I think I know this, and I say that as someone who has worked with other city managers and may not necessarily understand the intricacies of how planning and infrastructure intersect. He does, and so it is vastly important. So out of all the sea of red, it's that, and I've noted it to city staff at times when we talk about new development projects that come in, and you hear it from our constituents. We hear it from our residents all the time. Can we do this amount with all this water? Can we do it with this sewer? The more we plan ahead, the better we are, and that sets us up for fees and sets us up to how we grow over the next 20 years.
Thank you. Okay. Well, unless there's anything else, we appreciate your bringing this and go ahead and get it filed.
Great, thank you.
Our next item is 8D. Madam Clerk, would you read that for us, please?
Discussion and possible action to approve Amendment 2 to the agreement with J.J. Fisher Construction, Inc. for PW 2404 concrete repairs change order 2 for an additional $2,300 for a total contract amount of $537,300 to accept as complete PW 2404 and authorize the city engineer to record the notice of completion with the county recorder.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just as excruciating as Raphael was fast, that was excruciatingly slow. So, and Bridget, we're going to put it to you for the staff report, and welcome to the team. Being new, you're at the last of the agenda tonight, so Let's make us proud.
Oh, boy, all right, thanks.
Fast is good.
Well, those are both, do I need to push it?
Okay, got it. Green light, go. Okay. Both of those are tough acts to follow. Okay, I will make this brief. So this is, the notice of completion for the Solvang concrete repair project, which was done last fall in the Alice L. Glen neighborhood. Excuse me. And this was to address ADA compliance for the ramps and to also address a lot of the sidewalk and curb and gutter that had been uplifted and cracked over the years, as well as some catch basin damage that was contributed to just general, lack of, well, there you go. You can see that picture. This subdivision had not been on the list of repairs for quite some time. And, you can see over 40 years of no changes for the most part, except for a little bit of grinding and other things along the sidewalk. So the city just took it on the chin and went for it and decided that they were going to do an entire neighborhood and address these issues across the neighborhood, which is unique for the CIP projects. So as part of that, there was several of the ADA ramps that were replaced, and with the replacement of those, you had to do the spandrels as well. And go ahead, next slide. And then there's one of the catch basins that the top was replaced. It was a tripping hazard, cracking, just general care and maintenance for the infrastructure that we have in this neighborhood. For this project, we removed and replaced 13 curb ramps, and we did over 11,000 square feet of sidewalk, so that's over 2,000 linear feet of sidewalk, as well as 1,300 linear feet of curb and gutter, and then we replaced the tops for those catch basin covers that we saw those pictures for. So that's about it. I'd like to just thank all the residents of Solvang in this neighborhood that were so patient with us during the construction, as well as our Public Works Inspector, Cole Phillips, and Roger Olds, the former Public Works Director that took the initiative to address an entire neighborhood for the concrete repairs. Bartlett Tree Service helped us. They were there along the way. A lot of the damage that was attributed to trees and roots and things like that. So we had an arborist out there that assisted us with that. And then J.J. Fisher Construction was the construction crew that was out there, and they were very good to work with and did a great job. Concrete work is their bread and butter, so they did a great job.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Just a comment that I got to see it happen during the holiday season while we were doing our light tours, and it looks great.
Okay. Any public comment? Nobody on Zoom? Okay. Mr. Murphy, you had a...
I just want to point out and thank all the individuals that Bridget did as well. And also, I was asked by a couple of you why this isn't on consent. And I thought it was a great opportunity to kind of do a little show and tell. The city staff, often Public Works in particular, receive a lot of negative comments about what they're not doing or not keeping up with. And this is an example of what we are able to do when we have funds available. So expect to see more of these kind of presentations in the future. Like I said, we don't get enough opportunity to toot our own horn, so wanted to do that tonight.
It is appreciated, and we like to see where the money does go, and it's nice to see finished projects as well as in-progress projects. So thank you very much.
I totally agree. We need to promote a little bit more when we, do some good work around the community.
Yeah.
Welcome to the
with
team. Bridget, you got a nice
Yeah.
intro. Easy one.
Yeah. I hear I'm in the red, so I.
And you're taking credit.
At this point, I'll entertain a motion to approve the payment to J.J. Fisher Construction.
I'll second it.
No.
You
I'm looking
need a
for
motion first.
Are you making a motion?
Oh, I will make a motion to
Thank you.
approve the
Item 8D.
yes. For
I'll second
8,000.
No.
No. We don't have that much time.
Good, Anne Marie. I'll
It's
second.
been moved and seconded, moved by
I did.
Elizabeth
Yeah.
Arona, and original was with that. So roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my team up here. We started earlier today at 5 o'clock, and it's been a long evening. Thank you for your patience and perseverance, tenacity, and the like. And thank you to all our team that are here tonight. I'd like to close the meeting at 9:02. Thank you.